Hey guys, I'm just getting some stuff set up on my side, but we'll be starting up as soon as the ad break finishes. So grab your snacks, grab your drinks, uh, grab whatever else you need to be comfortable, and we'll meet back here in about 6, 7 minutes. Oh, hello. We are back at it again. I feel like I should get an achievement at this point. I've done 3 whole days in a row. Funny how much you can get done when you don't have anything else to be doing. It's one of those days. I'm feeling kind of tired and sluggish a little bit. I slept in a little bit late today for the first time this week. And I think I just made too much when I ate dinner, so I just kind of feel tired and heavy. It's one of those kinds of days. Well, that said, we're gonna start off with just some figure drawing stuff today. So, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So, if anyone comes up with any ideas or wants to pitch some stuff to draw, feel free to drop it in chat. But otherwise, I'm just gonna doodle for a bit until an idea strikes me or until one of these poses that I'm sketching speaks to me, I guess. Hello, hello, and welcome in, people. I'm just warming up, doing some figure drawing. Usually when I'm doing one of these little figure drawing pages. Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Rush. Enjoy food. Thanks for the lurk. Yeah, usually when I'm doing one of these little figure drawing pages, I'll like draw something and then I'll minimize it because I try to get like anywhere between 6 to 8 sketches on the page. I tried to hit the back button on my phone using my pencil. Okay, or just keep closing the image every time I try to zoom in on it. That works too. I'm looking at my references on my phone. It's just being very temperamental with me. Ah, There we go. Quick and easy fix on that one. Oh. Got to change back to the actual pencil from the eraser. Do another square. Do some simple portraiture. Who's my character of choice for today? I want it to be a character with blue. Oh, you know what? How about do a little doodle of Ganyu from Genshin Impact? I like Ganyu. Her and her very tired eyes. It's because of angles. You have to show you how I cheated drawing front-facing character portraits. Ganyu's face is very round. Basically, I draw the one side that I'm typically okay at drawing. And I duplicate this, flip it, and there we go. Now we got a whole face. And we just merge it onto one layer. Basically just using this extended center line to mark some key areas. If I was intending on having this be a final drawing, I'd be a little bit more careful about the symmetry outside of just like, the face, but I don't plan on doing that with this. Unless I start getting very attached to this picture of Ganyu. Mark where the eyes are going to be. Approximately. Nose. Alright, now I have to draw a Genshin character hair, which is always the fucking bane of my existence. All forms of anime hair always exist in this weird juxtaposition between going to a very expensive hairdresser and having just woken up 5 minutes ago. Ganyu has this stupid little ahoge at the top. And the only part of her hair that's symmetrical are these little parts at the very top on both sides. And her little curls that come down over her shoulders. Trying to just determine the shape. Do I despise whoever does the hairstyles for these characters sometimes? Hey man, what's going on? How are things? I forgot to ask you earlier when we were online how things are going at home this week. We got caught up talking about Junji Ito. I'm going crazy, but I'll be alright. 2 more days. Hey man, 2 more days and you finally get to actually rest. As part of today's warm-up, I just did some figure drawing and now I'm doodling Ganyu from Genshin Impact. Because I think the last piece of Genshin artwork, light work compared to the games we had, you know, in all honesty though, those games weren't that bad in my opinion. Also, for anybody just coming in, just a heads up, we have an ad in 1 minute, so sorry about that little inconvenience. But then you don't have to deal with them for another hour. So, the power of friendship ass games. Yeah, man, that's how we do things around here. Dumb, stupid little belt. I think the last time I drew a piece of Genshin artwork, it was a not safe for work or a lightly lewd piece featuring Lisa from Genshin Impact and Professor Goodwitch from Ruby. Because just kind of same energy, except Goodwitch is Lisa if Lisa was more strict. Like, if Lisa was more strict dominatrix and less nurturing mommy dom, that's kind of the vibe for that character. Get Ganyu's horns in here. Think it'd make a good rogue. Oops. Alright, we are back from the ad break. You know, I could see you playing a rogue. Admittedly, playing rogue is not difficult. The hardest part about playing a rogue, in my opinion, is doing so in a way that's interesting and doesn't, like, make the rest of your party feel stupid or useless. Because, like, there are ways to min-max building rogue where, if you do it correctly, your character can just have so many skill proficiencies and be good at so many things that it can make the rest of the party feel kind of obsolete, especially if you build your character to have those proficiencies and then step in to use them every single chance you get. Because then it just kind of makes you look like an asshole, because you're not letting anybody else do something. Especially if you're like a charisma-built rogue, where it's like, okay, so you're the party face, and you disable the traps, and you pick the locks, and you do the damage, and all the way down, until it's like, okay, so why the fuck is everybody else here? And it's like, oh, right, because you have no health. Am I too loud? Ganyu is a surprisingly narrow character, but I mean, who in Genshin isn't? Stood up too fast to ambush and passed out. Yep. Went to use cunning action, fucking fell over because of your iron deficiency. I feel like I made her shoulders very well. You know, it wasn't until Yang pointed it out to me that I had noticed. But there is a scary number of like female characters in Genshin who are designed, like, who have their costumes designed in such a way that they're just constantly flashing their armpits at people. And that's like, it's a thing that I didn't think too much about until I had Genshin open one day and I'm like, how bad is it really? And then I flipped through the characters that I currently own and I'm like, oh, there's like 2 characters whose base outfits don't show off their armpits in some way. And it's like Amber and God, I can't even remember who the other character is. It's like it's like Amber and Ayaka are the only 2, because the rest of them it's just like, oh yeah, no, if they move in any particular way, you just get like the full flash. I think Jean's baseline outfit does. It's her alternate costume that doesn't. Like, it's just very weird the way that that's done. I'm like, okay, this is the artist's thinly veiled fetish. Understood, I guess. None of the women can have complete sleeves in this fucking game unless they're children. Which, you know what? Fine. As long as you're not making the kids do it too. I still feel like she looks a little too wide. I think that's just because I placed everything a little too high. Whatever. We have swole Ganyu, because apparently I can't draw women who aren't kind of buff. Airing out the pits helps with spellcasting. Duh, that's why spellcasters can't wear heavy armor unless they're clerics. Because if you're if you're a caster for God, he wants you sweating in that armor. That's where the salt for the holy water comes from. Yeah, that's kind of good. I hope somebody clips that and takes it completely out of context. Alright. I'm gonna Ganyu's eyes. See if I can get this shape right. My eye line is crooked. At least it looks crooked from where I'm sitting. I've been wrong before. Wow, make that statement. 2 people immediately disappear from chat. Yeah, sweating to get salt for holy water is where people draw the line, apparently. I'll keep that in mind. What I think is really interesting too, speaking of holy water, is that when it comes to like, you know, these very traditionally like Catholic rituals, because like the concept specifically of exorcism and holy water are more of a Catholic thing than they are an overarching Christian thing. But it's very interesting because in Catholicism, if you're talking about holy water and or exorcisms, in both cases, there are proper rituals to do both. But when it comes to both of them, there's like rituals that the priests are supposed to do, and then there's like what's called layman's rituals, which are rituals for people who aren't members of the clergy. So that way, like, technically any person who knows like which things they're supposed to be reading can pick up a Bible and perform an exorcism, so long as they have some level of faith, hypothetically. And, you know, hypothetically, any person who knows which thing to read can pick up a Bible and make holy water, which is a really fascinating concept. But it's interesting because the layman's ritual for an exorcism is very different from, like, the ritual that's always quoted when you watch, like, an exorcism film, which is the Ritual Romanum. Because the Ritual Romanum is, like, the actual proper thing that exorcists are supposed to do, and only, like, priests of a specific ranking are supposed to do that ritual. Because, like, if you're a priest who isn't, like, a higher ranking member of the clergy, like, whatever the level is below, like, the diocese, like, you're not supposed to use that. That and, like, the Ritual Romanum is like, there's a lot of this majesty and, like, pageantry around it, where, like, it's only supposed to be used if you suspect that the thing that you're exercising is significantly more powerful than something that can be undone by a layman ritual, which I think is really fascinating. But yeah, like, by all technicality, any average person can pick up a book and do an exorcism or make holy water. Which, granted, all that making holy water consists of is just like, you get some salt, you get some spring water, you consecrate them both, which is a whole ritual in and of itself, and then you do like a ritual to unite the consecrated salt with the water, and you stir it until it dissolves. And there you go. You've got holy water is just salt water, realistically, but it's salt water with a bunch of things said into it. You know, you gotta whisper magic secrets into your water to make it holy. Her eyelid doesn't go all the way down. I don't remember the exact words for the holy water ritual. I do have it on a book on one of my shelves, though. I do remember bits and pieces of, like, the Ritual Romanum, but that's partially because I've watched way too much Supernatural and far too many exorcism films in my lifetime. Um, but it's very interesting because it's like they're when you get into like weird rituals and stuff like that, it's always really fascinating to like read about them, and like reading the original Latin of the Ritual Romanum and then reading it translated is really interesting because so much of the Ritual Romanum is basically just like literally begging and hoping that it works. That is 90% of that ritual is basically saying like, hey, we're trying to get this thing out of here. And like a lot of, you'll see in a lot of like old exorcism films, they say shit like, oh, the power of Christ compels you. At no point in any exorcism ritual is that phrase ever actually uttered. The closest thing that you get is like, in the Ritual Romanum, there's like a whole section where you're basically saying like, you're attempting to cast out all of like all of the evil things. I can't remember the exact phrasing for it at the moment because I actually only know it in Latin, but I can't remember it off the top of my head right now. Not without going through like the entire thing. Uh, I I know that one of them's like, you know, casting out all of the apostates of Satan, which is like omnia or omnis satanica potestas. And like the last phrase of the Ritual Romanum, which is repeated 3 times, is Te rogamos audi nos, which is like our Lord in heaven, please hear us. So it's just like it's like the last thing said in it, where the movies always replace it with the power of Christ compels you. What's supposed to be said there is actually like, please hear us. So it's like you and the people performing the exorcism are like basically saying all of this mumbo jumbo, saying like, hey, get the fuck out of here, and then basically looking up to the sky and going, I really hope somebody hears us that could do something about this. And there's something about that that I find to be really fucking funny. Like it's funny and like, but it's funny in a very like sad way, because like when you think about like, you know, Puritan era Christians who were very fatalistic, it's like, oh wow, your like prayers are basically just saying like, well, we really hope that God takes pity on us today. It's like, wow, you know, if that's what your existence is comprised of, why do you keep doing this? So yeah, have fun with that. Uh, you know, as much fun as you can have. I should have put this eye on another layer for my own sanity's sake. See, her eyes are more ovular than they are circular. Oh boy. And her eyebrows are basically completely concealed behind her. Genshin, we will hide their eyebrows, but the pits stay out at all times. That's a character design rule for Genshin Impact, apparently. They don't really do noses in Genshin. They just kind of do. They do the Yu-Gi-Oh thing where they're just like, yeah, we'll give you like one little shadow indicator for where the nose is. Doesn't quite look like that. It's actually wider. I hate how that looks. Work everything down. Hello, hello, party people. Literally, her other eyebrow is completely obscured by her hair. And I forgot to actually add her horns once again. Her eyes should also be bigger. I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna make her. Oh, it might be too big. Again. And since we have the anime eye thing going on, where their face is like the facial real estate is 99.9% eyeball. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna start over with her eyes. So now that I know that they're too small. This is all basically just like me just doing random doodles until I think about what the fuck I actually wanted to do for character design today, because I came in without a plan. Because like I could do designs for like characters from my stories, but I just don't really want to today. Like I'm just not feeling it. I'm still deciding on whether or not I'm gonna write after stream. I don't know. I'm also just like, I'm thinking about like just things in general. I've been trying to do a little bit more reading now since I have time. These last couple days since my last day at work, I haven't really done a whole lot of reading. Like I think today reading Tomie was the first time I've picked something up to read in like the last week and a half. Yeah, today's the first day I've picked up something to read since I got Tomie. Because I did start reading Figure Drawing for All It's Worth by Andrew Loomis. I'm like very early into the book, and there's a lot of like drawing exercises where it's like perspective exercises and like diagrams. And for all intents and purposes, in the intro to the book, Loomis does recommend, hey, don't jump straight into doing the exercise in this book. Please read the whole book through at least once, then come back and do the exercises so you can understand why they're important. Which I'm like, wow, that's actually very good advice for somebody writing like a mechanics book. I did like a cursory flip through of one of the other books that I got, because my mom got me Constructive Anatomy by George Bridgman and Perspective Made Easy by Ernest Norling. So I was reading through, I did like a cursory flip through of constructive anatomy. And, George Bridgman is the artist who mentored Andrew Loomis. And Bridgman talking about anatomy is very weird because Bridgman got assistance on writing that book from somebody who was a professor of anatomy. And, like, the actual writing of the book is super clinical, which, like, from a terminology standpoint can make it very daunting to read. Like, it's very dense from a vocabulary perspective. However, when you're just looking at, like, Bridgman's constructive drawings, where he's showing you, like, the basic shapes to begin with and how to, like, carve out the shapes that make up parts of the body, that stuff's really cool and it's very useful. It's just that his terminology and his method of writing it is so cold and clinical, it makes it kind of daunting to go through. It's kind of a slog. But then, like, I started reading Perspective Made Easy by Ernest Norling, and Perspective Made Easy is very interesting because Norling's just like, well, if you're gonna draw, like, he explains, like, vanishing point, and the beginning of the book is all 1 point perspective as you would expect it to be. And he talks a lot about, like, the, like, eye line point, like, when you're, like, where your vanishing point is based on your line of sight, and explaining, like, why things look the way that they do when drawn in perspective. And he does a really good job. Him and Loomis are both very interesting in the fact that, like, they're weirdly humorous when trying to instruct you. And I do really enjoy that aspect of reading their books because, like, reading Loomis's books is very fascinating because I feel like you get a good feel for who he was as a teacher by reading his books. Because Loomis did a lot of advertisements, he did a lot of, like, paid illustrations as a professional over the course of his life. But Loomis also instructed in art. And when you read figure drawing for all it's worth, I feel like you get a really good feeling, like a very good grasp of who he was as a teacher. Because he's really funny. Like, he's very humorous, but in, like, not in, like, absurdist ways, but in very, like, flat, matter-of-fact fashions. Like, when he's talking about, like, oh, if you're gonna do figure drawing of any kind, you need to get used to seeing the nude form. And, if you have a and he says very, very, very simply, if you have a problem with seeing the naked form of the body that the Almighty gave us, then you should abandon any hope of any career in art, because the nude form is the core of drawing the human figure, and the nude form is beautiful. And it's just, like, really fascinating to see this guy be like, yeah, man, get used to drawing naked people. And he talks about, like, how he was somebody who didn't really do well at art initially, and he mentions, like, he was told very early in his career, hey, maybe this ain't for you, and he just kind of did it anyway. And I really like that. He talks about how, like, people think that art is about talent, and he goes on to say, like, talent can only carry a person so far, because talent isn't going to give you the drive to improve. Talent isn't going to make you ask questions about the things that you already do, that you think you do well. And he basically boils down to, talent is a tool to be complacent. And I really like that whole thing where he's like, there's no amount of talent and there's no amount of teaching that can make you better if you aren't actively trying to be better at it. And, he basically says, like, oh yeah, I wrote all these instructional books on how to do stuff with art because when I was a young artist coming up, I wish I had, like, he literally just basically tells you, I wrote these books that I wrote because they're the books that I wish I had when I was learning. And that's the kind of thing that I can appreciate. So I do appreciate Loomis. I appreciate Norling's approach to perspective because he doesn't get into the weeds of technicality. He's just like, hey, look at that thing that you're looking at. The height at which you're looking at it, that is your eye level. That's where your perspective is. All things that you draw are going to be from a specific eye level, and everything should line up along this metaphorical eye line that you're creating when you're looking at something, because that's your horizon, and that horizon line is anywhere, indoor or outdoors, and wherever you're looking is always going to be your eye level, and that changes your perspective. Like, he literally just says it like that, doesn't give you like a daunting over analytical thing about it. He's just like, yeah, wherever you're at is your eye line and your eye level, and that determines how you're going to draw everything that you're looking at. And it's like, oh, that's easy. I will say, maybe it's a mistake to try and read a lot of these books together, like reading them simultaneously. But it's just a habit that I have, because it's a habit I had when I was at college. Because before I went to the tech school that I went to do my IT stuff, I was going to school for programming. And I made a really big mistake, which was I took a lot of technical classes simultaneously in the hopes of compounding the information, like learning information from one class and trying to apply it in another. The problem is that one of those classes that I was taking when I was doing that was purely hypothetical shit and was like purely theory, and the other one was actually a programming class for a language. The problem is that the programming language that was being taught in that class, A, nobody fucking uses anymore, which makes me wonder why it was a prerequisite for the program, and B, was completely inapplicable to the other class that I was taking, which was all theory. Which, to clarify that, the programming language class that I was taking was Visual Basic Plus, which nobody uses Visual Basic. I think there's like some built-in Visual Basic compiler nonsense that like Windows uses for compatibility, but that's it. So there was a class that I was taking on Visual Basic, which was the actual programming class. And then there was the class that I was trying to learn information from to like reverse engineer and use in the other class, which was Intro to Operating Systems, which was talking about like how operating systems are built and like how those programming languages interact and like what makes an operating system, basically. And the thing is that I think I got some aspects of it in theory where I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. The problem is that one of those classes and those two classes are teaching teaching parallel subjects that very rarely ever cross paths. Like the Intro to Operating Systems and Visual Basic or like any programming language class are asymptotes. They will run parallel forever, but those two things will basically never touch each other in education, which I learned the hard way. So, and obviously I learned the hard lesson that like, oh, the programming language that my course is telling me to learn is inapplicable in the real world for the most part. Which I partially learned because one of the guys who was in that class with me is somebody that me and Autopsy and Yang actually know, who does work in programming. And he dropped that class once he saw what we were learning, and because he was already working a real programming job, like freelance. He was just trying to like get the piece of paper that said that he was qualified. To my knowledge, he still never got that actual degree. And then I asked him like, well, what should I be learning? And he's like, go learn Python or like Java or literally any programming language that people are actually using, but don't waste time on Visual Basic. Ultimately, I ended up just dropping the course, and dropping out of school the following semester because the workload was a lot and the computer I had at the time was not doing what it was supposed to do. I didn't have the money to buy a new computer. So, yeah, needless to say, programming was never a thing I actually really got into. I wanted to, I just did not have the aptitude for it. And the couple times that I've tried since, still don't. I just cannot bring myself to give a flying fuck about actually programming. It's a good field to work in. There's a lot of job security. It makes really good money. My brain cannot focus on lines of code. And the problem is that even if I understand what the different, like, modifiers and things in the code are supposed to do, I am not the person that you ask to put that shit together. I can look at a code and probably figure out what's wrong with it because, like, I can read and I can understand what a completed code does. Ask me to put it together, I'm the wrong person. But, you know, I can't go to a company and be like, hey, let me debug your code for you. I can't actually fix it, but I can tell you what's wrong with it. Because no one's going to believe it. Or, you know, it's not something... It makes for a neat party trick. What's that? It's not over. She doesn't have any, like, bottom eyelashes, which I think is interesting. Etc. And we duplicate this and we flip it. Generally speaking, when you're drawing eyes, they should be like one eye width apart from each other. In order to, like, maintain facial symmetry. Okay, let me get her horns in here. My only real problem with Ganyu's horns is that they do look really stupid from the front because of their shape. Let's have a little timeline. She's down here. Wait. Oh, welcome back from the ad break. I should have just looked at her promotional art first. I was a fool. I looked at a screenshot from the game, which did not do her any favors because the game assets are very different from the actual art. I kind of give her the same kind of expression as like Elf. A gentle curve. Some colors in there. Oh, my back. Everything hurts. No, just a little bit. This area. We're going to just go and add some random details until I'm satisfied. As you can no doubt see, I'm basically just adding in some shadows and stuff. Part of that's because I just really like the texture of this pencil. So when I do little sketches like this, I just like to add extra details, get off my desk. That's me talking to my cat. Yeah, so I'm not very happy with how her eyes came out. I will live with it for now. This is just a little for fun doodle. I wasn't going to do anything with. I have spent an unhealthy amount of time on it. That's fine. Complicated just to darken the lines a little bit. Ah. This is the problem with coming into this without an actual plan for the day. Oh, anyone have any suggestions they want to pick? I'd sip my coffee and stretch a little bit. Welcome in. Dancing chibis. This is our life now. Oh, you know what? Just I don't know why your dancing chibi just made me think of something. I had a thought once. How was it? Was it scary? Was it everything you hoped it would be? I'm gonna take that as a no. Every time I look up, that expression is just staring at me. Bear with me, I don't really draw chibis that often. Oh, my back. I keep stretching, trying to get that satisfying crack in my shoulders.
You'll be mine. Hope it's not. Hope it's not too late. I hope it's not too late. Good, you'll be mine. You'll be mine. Oh.
All else fails. Draw Chibi Jinx. And if that fails, we give up, Kupo. There we go. Little Chibi Jinx for fun. They should give us a chibi Silco for TFT. Let's do another square. Let's go scroll around and see. It's another character concept. Unless someone has a character to suggest. No. The ad break. Welcome back from the ad break. I think I finished the Chibi Jinx sketch, which I'm actually very happy about. She's perfect. Silco knew exactly what he was talking about. Jinx is a perfect being. She can do no wrong, except for everything. But god damn it, at least she's cute. Trying to think of another character to do. Take another foray into this style. Why not? Would her character color be? No, let's go with the pink. Okay. I'm gonna give exactly one hint as to who this character is. Sadly, it's not communicated in the color because this is only one of like a dozen colors this character has. Hey, have you seen a girl with hair like this? Oh, maybe I'll rewatch Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. I do really like the show. It's very endearing. I love the animation style as well. I think one of my favorite things about Scott Pilgrim Takes Off as an animated series is that it's mostly about Ramona. Because, like, when you're watching the film, right? When you're watching Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, obviously it's about Scott. It's about Scott being a piece of shit and trying to, like, overcome the fact that he's kind of a piece of shit. Not kind of, he just is. And it's just like, you know, it's very coming of age adjacent at least, where it's Scott kind of coming to terms with the fact that he's a piece of shit, that he needs to be better, and that, you know, the people in his life who are directly around him don't owe him anything. They don't owe him any kind of courtesy because he never shows them any. They don't owe him the little bit of respect that they manage to give him on the rare occasions where they do. Like, it's on him to be better, for, you know, to respect the time and effort of the people in his life who continue to give him chance after chance, despite the fact that he's a chronic fuck-up. But in Scott Pilgrim Takes Off, it's less about Scott being a fuck-up, and it's more about Ramona's past relationships, and how Ramona as a romantic partner also kind of fucking sucks. Which is why, like, you know, and I mean this in a very toxic way when talking about them, but when talking about Scott and Ramona, though they are two characters that full stop deserve each other, because they're both kind of terrible. Scott, you know, dodges accountability, dodges responsibility, like, literally will let things get bad. Like, Scott is the living embodiment of the dog in the burning house meme, where it's like, this is fine. That is Scott Pilgrim as a person. That is Scott's conflict resolution. And then on the other end of it, you have Ramona, whose idea of conflict resolution is just, much like Scott, is very much never acknowledge it. But with Scott, you can almost give Scott the, what's the word that I'm looking for? You can give him a little bit of plausible deniability, in the sense of, is Scott just too fucking dumb and oblivious to realize the shit that's going wrong around him sometimes? Which I can fully believe. I can believe that Scott is actually just too stupid and or self-absorbed to understand that the things that he does has consequences on the people around him. Whereas Ramona, as we see in Scott Pilgrim Takes Off, with her breakup with Roxy specifically, actually with Roxy, and I can't remember the other guy's name, the skater that's voiced by Chris Evans, like, in both of those cases, Ramona knows that what she's about to do, or that what she is doing, is hurting them. Literally, in the case with Roxy, looks her dead in the face and offers her no explanation for why this is happening. And it's like, okay, so Scott's too stupid to understand that what he's doing has consequences. Ramona never acknowledges the consequences of what she's doing, because she's very clearly one of those people that's like, well, if I acknowledge it, it makes it real. And to another extent, Ramona is also a character who's like, I don't want to do the hard thing a lot of the time, because doing the hard thing makes me feel bad. And she doesn't seem to understand that, like, hey, when you're with somebody and that relationship ends, that those bad feelings are part of the package just as much as anything good you got out of that relationship. So it's very much like Ramona and Scott are both like just very kind of shitty people. And like you kind of see it a little bit in Scott Pilgrim versus the World, where it's like, yeah, Scott's a piece of shit because he's entitled and he's selfish and he's kind of Scott is only about Scott. Ramona is kind of terrible because she like, you know, Scott's like, oh, Ramona has all these evil exes, and it's like, you never stop to ask, why do you think these people are so awful, specifically when it comes to Ramona, of all people? And when you go back through Scott Pilgrim Takes Off, you get to see the context of her relationship with a lot of these people. And Ramona did she did a much worse version of the Manic Pixie Dream Girl to every person that she dated, where they were kind of nobodies. They were people who were going through a lot. Ramona came into their life and offered stability or excitement, or offered something to them that they felt like they were lacking, and for a very short period validated a lot of them in who they thought they were, who they were going to be. And then right when they were like at the precipice of becoming something or being somebody else, or in some cases changing themselves to fit what they thought would keep her around, she just disappears. And that's like, that is the worst part of it, is that like Ramona and Scott influence people's lives by doing the polar opposite. Ramona disappears at the point where people want her to stay the most. Scott sticks around even though nobody wants him there. It's very much Ramona is everybody's comfort sweater. Scott is cancer. Like, Scott is somebody that everyone wants to cut out of their lives but just can't find the means to do it. Ramona is the person that nobody wanted to lose that they keep losing track of. And it's really sad to see that. And like, even when you get to like the future Scott stuff in Scott Pilgrim Takes Off, where it's like, oh yeah, no, she just kind of left one day. And when you get that whole thing where she comes back and is like, I needed space, you know, I didn't want that to be it, you know, I just, you know, we could have talked. And he's like, so you're saying there's still a chance? And she's like, well, no, not now. I mean, fucking look at you. And a lot of Scott's and Ramona's problems with their relationship could be resolved if the two of them were just better at communicating. And they're just not. And I like Scott Pilgrim Takes Off because it kind of gives you this, like, Scott Pilgrim versus the World definitely shows you, like, hey, Scott is not somebody to look up to, and you shouldn't want to be this guy. And it does do the really, like, harmful thing where it puts Ramona on a pedestal. But Scott Pilgrim Takes Off kind of shows you that, like, no, Ramona's not a great person either. And, like, these two kind of need to learn something from each other. And they're both just very bad at learning lessons. But it gives you some hope because because over the course of both cases, the character that we're focusing on, whether it's Ramona or Scott, both of them have an arc where they get better. And like that's where I think Scott Pilgrim as a piece of media kind of perfects the stereotypical manic pixie dream girl storyline, because it brings it in, it shows you what all of those stories tend to show you, but then it makes a character like Scott come to the conclusion that, like, your life doesn't get better because this girl is here with you. Your life only starts to get better when you take the necessary actions to think that you deserve better, and this person, if they mean something to you, and if you mean something to them, will only improve that quality. But you shouldn't rely on them. You shouldn't make them your reason for trying to be better. Like, it's okay to just want to do better by the people in your life. And across, you know, across a short TV show and a film. And the comics, obviously, if you want to go, if you're someone who's actually read them. I haven't, so I can't use them as a frame of reference. You go through all of those things, and you see that, like, Scott Pilgrim introduces you to a Manic Pixie Dream Girl story, and then shows you, like, hey, all of these, both these characters are horribly flawed, but they can and will do better. They just need the opportunity to do so, and they need to see the opportunity and then actually take it, which is different for both of them. Because, like, Scott kind of only realizes that he needs to be better at his lowest point. Scott has to go to a very low, very dark place to realize that he needs to be better. And Ramona gets to learn to be better in a much more human way by just like, hey, you can get these people to stop being awful to you, or stop being awful about things pertaining to your life, if you just, like, communicate with them. And in Ramona gets better by just looking at these people whose lives she's touched and going, hey man, I'm really fucking sorry. And Scott gets better by by kind of doing the same thing. He goes through the very similar arc of realizing, like, oh, I've been a shitty friend and I should apologize. And I think the most important thing is that both of them kind of learn through their individual experiences that, like, yeah, you can talk to these people, you can try and be better, but, like, the best apology you could offer to anybody is just changing your behavior and showing that you've actually learned something from this experience. So yeah, TLDR, the Scott Pilgrim stuff is really good. I think it teaches some really valuable lessons. I just think that a lot of people, especially young dudes who saw the Scott Pilgrim movie when they were young, definitely walked away with the wrong lesson. And that's not a failure of the film's writing. That's just a failure of them as people. She has such big eyes in this style. I need to back it up just a little bit. Oh, you know what? I have a couple sketches I can work on once this one's done that I haven't touched on. Which I just remembered I was saving specifically for stream, but fuck it. Yeah, no, this week just has me all out of sorts. We'll swap back over to the blue real quick. Just to add a little bit of extra detail to her hair. And yeah, this is gonna look really sloppy, because that's how it's supposed to look. There we go. Little Ramona doodle. Alright, I have to go find these sketches. No, you know what? I haven't done the detail work for Kai. Ah, and I saw the reference open. Fantastic. Yeah, before I was working on a set of sketches where my concept was reimagining the Destiny trio from Kingdom Hearts as the characters in an 80s like coming of age film, because I thought it would be a fun concept to just work off of. And you know, at its core, that is really what Kingdom Hearts as a game is. Like, if you extract all the Disney stuff, remove all of the JRPG weirdness, Kingdom Hearts is just a coming-of-age story. But it's very interesting because, like, you know, you have three different particular games with three different trios of characters, and each set of characters is telling you a different story. Like, you know, the first trio that we ever, like, really touch on is Sora, Riku, and Kairi, the Destiny trio. And the Destiny trio really is, like, the most stereotypical, like, coming of age story you could get. Because at its core, it's like, okay, we have three characters, which are the one guy who's older than the other two by like a year, who wants to get away from the place that they grew up, doesn't want to be there anymore, wants to go see what the world has to offer. And then you have two other characters, Sora and Kairi, who are kind of just like content to go along for the ride because they don't fully understand what Riku's actual plan is. Because, you know, Riku's whole thing is like, we're gonna go explore the other worlds, guys. And it's very clear that Riku's plan, if you look at it from like the old school coming of age story perspective, Riku wants to leave Destiny Island and very clearly has no intention of ever fucking coming back. Like, Destiny Island is the equivalent to, like, for Riku is the little town where everybody knows everybody, and he just wants to get out of there and go elsewhere. Sora and Kairi are both operating under the assumption, like, oh, this is going to be a little trip, we're going to go out, we're going to travel a little bit, and then we're going to come right home. And it's like, no, your buddy wants to, like, go see the world and doesn't really want to come back. So it's clear that there is a plan somewhere in there to not return on Riku's end. And then, like, you have Sora, who's just kind of like, you know, golden retriever energy, the person. Who's kind of just down to do whatever. Like, he doesn't really care about what the particulars are of the plan. He's kind of just down to go. And Kairi's kind of in the same boat. And Kairi's in the same boat, but in a different way. Where it's like, she's kind of just down to go because, like, the boys are going and they're her friends, and she just kind of wants to go along to be with her friends. Which is, you know, perfectly valid. You just want to go have a good time with your friends on a trip. But, you know, the Destiny Trio's whole thing is like, their whole story is basically a summer vacation plan gone horribly wrong. Like, that's the kind of coming of age story that they're telling. Is the story of, like, they left their hometown, everything went horribly wrong, and it recontextualizes their relationship with one another. Then, like, you go to, like, the Twilight Trio, which is Roxas, Xion, and Axel. And Roxas, Xion, and Axel's story isn't a coming-of-age story like Sora, Riku, and Kairi's. It's a grief narrative. Because it's a friend group of three people that gradually forms over the course of a story. And then by the end of it, one of them isn't there anymore. And then the last two are left with a void between them where this other person used to be. And they have to learn to live with that. They have to learn to live in the vacuum created by missing somebody. Then, you know, we get to that weird thing where, like, you know, Roxas is kind of just ready to go. Like, he's like, you know, I'll go fight the organization. I don't care. Maybe they'll kill me. And it's very much like their story is about what grief does to people. And by the end of it, Axel's the only one who's still alive. And Axel's just kind of left with this gigantic void in his life where two people who mattered to him are no longer there. And that's a really rough thing to deal with. And you never really see that perspective of it. You never really get to see the perspective of, like, oh, Axel's the survivor of his two dead friends. And, you know, what does that do to a person? And then with like with the Wayfinder trio, with Terra, Ventus, and Aqua, their story is a little bit weirder to me. Because again, it's like, it's somewhere in between the two. It's a little bit coming of age, it's a little bit grief narrative. But it's also just like, it's a little bit about like just self-destructive tendencies in your friends, where it's like, where do you as a friend step in to, like, where do you as a friend step in to tell your friends that they're ruining their lives? And I think that makes Birth by Sleep very awkward. It makes the Wayfinder trio very tragic, because by the time you reach the end of it, it's like Aqua has done so much, she's traveled so far and done so much shit. She's sacrificed so much to try and save these two people functionally from themselves, save them from their really bad circumstances, only for all of her work to be for nothing. Because, you know, by the end of it, it's like, okay, well, Ventus doesn't wake up, and Terra loses himself to Xehanort and has to be, like, basically becomes a shell for a completely new being, and has no control over his own life. And Aqua is basically left in a big magical prison with no knowledge of what's happened to the people that she sacrificed everything to save. So I think, you know, when you strip down a lot of the stories of Kingdom Hearts and you look at them for like the kind of narrative that they're representing, instead of taking them at what actually happens in the games, you get much better stories, in my opinion. You know, you at least get more concise stories that you can at least understand as a viewer or as a player. You get things that you can actually connect with. Because, like, over the course of Kingdom Hearts 1, so much of that story is just, like, is a childhood friend group who is gradually growing apart and understanding that, like, their lives are taking very different trajectories, and there may not be a place in each other's futures for them. You know, Sora goes off, he meets Donald and Goofy, Riku gets a little bit pissed about it because he's like, oh, you've completely forgotten to look for Kairi while you've been gone. And Sora's like, well, it's not that I forgot, it's just that I got sidetracked. And it's like, you know, it's this whole thing about like Riku wanting to leave the island because very clearly he didn't want to come back. And he wanted to take Sora and Kairi with him, but it's very clear that Riku tells Sora at one point in the game, because, like, you know, hey, you know, at least if something bad happens, you'll always have Kairi. And he's very clearly, like, being the friend who's shipping his other two friends together. And it comes off as, like, I'm thinking of ending things kind of story, where it's like, you have a character who clearly doesn't want his friends to be lonely in his absence because he doesn't want to come back. So he's trying to, like, pawn Sora and Kairi off on each other, so that way they can bond in his absence, because Riku can see them being close, can see that there's like a little romantic spark between them, and he doesn't want to get in the middle of it. But you can also feel that he's hurt by the idea that his friends are going to go on and live lives without him at some point. Like, he doesn't believe that there's room for him in their lives if they're together. So he's trying to leave and go make another life for himself, doing God knows what. And then, of course, you know, Riku gets used as a puppet by Maleficent. So if you look at that from like a coming-of-age story thing, Riku's the friend who leaves home, doesn't want to come back, and falls in with a bad crowd, and becomes the guy that his friends are afraid of. He becomes the guy that their families warned them about running into when they left on the trip. And, you know, Sora goes off and meets good people, but he gets distracted and they kind of start helping this rift form between his other friends. Because it's like, oh, you're that friend that grew up, you and your friends went to different schools, and now, like, you have a new friend group, and your old friends just don't exist. Hey, you know, for all of Kingdom Hearts 1, Kyrie's fucking catatonic through the whole thing because, like, her literal heart's gone. And, you know, you could take that in a lot of ways, like, oh, Kyrie, you know, this is Kyrie not having, like, this is her not having an identity without the two people that she's been around since day one. Or you could take it in a much darker route and say, like, Kyrie is the person who has a really traumatic experience, and like she has a traumatic experience in her friend's absence and never really recovers from it. There's a lot of ways that you can interpret Kyrie's end of it, which obviously the real answer is like Nomura didn't actually know what the fuck to do with Kyrie, and even like 12 games down the line doesn't know what the fuck to do with her. Hey, you know, this is also just like me just being like a high school English teacher doing a, you know, a broad, stupid interpretation of a game for kids, you know. But it is interesting to think about the game that way. And that led me to like, what if I just designed these characters like they were Stranger Things characters? You know, put them in some vaguely 80s attire and got them set up like they were gonna go and do some, like, go travel and go on like a summer trip. I hate Kyrie's stupid little skirt from Kingdom Hearts 1. It looks so terrible. It's not really a skirt. It looks like a doily. Like, it just looks like a doily with a belt. We're gonna give her a kind of puffy, but still, like, short-ish skirt. We got an ad starting in a minute. So, you know, go grab yourselves some drinks or some snacks. Oh god, just running around in these shoes with no fucking socks. God, what is wrong with these fucking kids, dude? Oh, sorry, Kyrie, in this redesign you're getting some socks. Oh, you know what? It's the 80s. It's the 80s and she's wearing a skirt. Fuck. We're not going to show the socks. We're going to give her leg warmers. Also, I do genuinely like the aesthetic of leg warmers. I just think they look neat. I think leg warmers look neat. You'd never catch me fucking wearing anything like that. All right. Adderley, hello. Welcome in. I'm doing some character sketches, redesigning the Destiny trio from Kingdom Hearts. Oh. Oh, fingers. Oh yeah. Ad break ending in 10 seconds. All right, we are back from the ad break. Adderley, hello, welcome in. You came in right during the ad break, so I completely, I said hello, but didn't think you would actually hear anything. So, that said, welcome in for your first time here. What do I normally draw? It depends. Right now, like, I'm doing a little redesign thing where I'm designing the Destiny trio from Kingdom Hearts as, like, Stranger Things, like, 80s characters, because I thought it'd be fun. I draw a little bit of everything. I'll go back through some stuff that we've done today. So, I do, like, little character sketches. Like, today we did Ramona Flowers. Did Chibi Jinx from League of Legends. Did a little Ganyu. Still not entirely happy with how Ganyu came out, but wanted to give her a shot. I did some figure drawing to warm up at the start of the day. Yesterday, I used Procreate too. I didn't notice. Yeah. I'm a Procreate user through and through. Yesterday I was drawing some assets for D&D, for my campaign. I do talk about D&D stuff, usually. I also do like character illustrations for D&D. Let me go see if I can find one of my actual character illustrations. This is an illustration I did for one of my players. He commissioned me to do this. He might still be in chat. That's the Lotus Lord. His character Yang. How long have I been drawing? In general, I've been drawing on and off since I was in high school. But like dedicated drawing regularly, I've been drawing regularly for about 8 years now. I started drawing daily in an actual sketchbook that my ex-girlfriend bought for me because she is a watercolor artist by trade. I told her, I want to get back into drawing, but I just don't feel like I'm good at it. And she's like, well, you can't be good at it if you don't practice. So she gifted me a whole bunch of extra art supplies from her studio, which included like a bunch of sketchbooks, mixed media paper, some watercolor stuff, some markers, really good pencils, inking pens. And I started like studying and drawing daily then. And then a friend of mine offered to sell me the iPad and the Apple Pencil for $150 back in 2020. So I bought that. I bought like a paper feel screen protector to put over it so I could get like that haptic feedback. And I've been drawing digitally daily since 2020, pretty consistently. So, I've been drawing this way for about 5 years now. Yeah, it was a crazy deal. And it was funny because I asked her at the time, like, are you sure you want to sell me an iPad for that low of a price? And she's like, well, I'm not an artist. You'll get more mileage out of it than I will. And at that point, she had this iPad for like 3 or 4 years and didn't really do anything with it. So she's like, I'll sell it to you because if you do better with it, then I can commission you for stuff and not have to go to a stranger. And then both of us benefit. So, yeah, just buy this off me. So I did. So I bought the iPad, and I've been drawing digitally every day since. I've also got some character design notes for one of my characters for a novel project I'm working on, which I'm still fiddling with the idea of whether or not I want to do like a webcomic instead of doing the novel. I haven't fully committed yet. But I've done a lot of like shape language and character design notes for this character. I do some occasional like not safe for work stuff. Over Pride Month, I did these little like fight for Pride designs. Because I was trying to like raise awareness and try to raise money for like Trans Lifeline and Stonewall Community Foundation and the Trevor Project. Didn't raise a whole lot of money, but I hope that some people got some resources they could use out of it. But I did a few of these, some other stuff that I usually draw. These are some D&D character illustrations of my party. So I've got Yang, the captain, Frost, one of their sail rigger. So like I do little things like this. I've got some fun little maid designs that I've worked on. I started designing Miss Frizzle from the Magic School Bus as a witch, like in the vein of the Owl House. I ended up being unhappy with how it was coming out, so I stopped working on this one, but I might want to do it again at some point. So I do stuff like that. Like I'll do character redesigns of characters that I really like, or like characters for nostalgia purposes. I do a lot of fan art. I do some not safe for work stuff, which obviously I can't share here. I'm slowly but surely chewing my way through figuring out like animation stuff. But yeah, I do a little bit of everything. I'll basically draw anything given the opportunity. Or like if I feel like I can get away with it. Trying to find the rest of the sketches. I recently colored a little like headshot sketch of my main character Reina, because I do like drawing her. I like her design. I don't know, she's cute. I like drawing her static pouty face. It just brings me a little bit of joy. I'm gonna do some line art on Riku. But yeah, you know, if you like what you've seen, if you want to see more of my stuff, give me a second. I'm just gonna open a window real quick and go to Blue Sky and get my Blue Sky link. I'll just throw that up in chat. That's where all my art goes. If you want to see more of it, I do have commissions open on both Ko-fi and VGen. You can see scrolling over on the left side of the screen, I do have like a showcase of art that I've done. I just added that just as examples for anybody who wanted to see other stuff that I've drawn before. But yeah, right now I'm getting back into streaming more regularly because I lost my job, so I have nothing but time now. And I'm hoping that by doing stuff like this, you know, maybe I can land a few more commissions or like maybe get somewhere with this because I kind of need to make rent. I kind of really don't want to be homeless, so I'm throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks at this point in time. Oh, I forgot to add the layer because I'm a fool. What about you, Adelaide? You said you use Procreate, so you know what kind of stuff do you typically draw? A beginner for like 5 years, I never actually spend time drawing. Oh, I mean, you gotta start at some point. And to be fair, you know, as long as you're like at least trying, you know, you're an artist. There's not really a prerequisite for that kind of thing. As long as you're as long as you're drawing something and you're at least trying to do something, you're an artist. Is the not spending time drawing like just a thing of circumstance, or is it like an active choice where you're like, I could be drawing right now, but I think I'd just rather do something else? Yeah, I could totally be drawing right now, but I end up looking for streams to draw alongside and spend no actual time drawing. Well, I mean, I'm intending on being here drawing every day for the foreseeable future. Except for Saturdays and Sundays, I do take weekends off. That's just because, like, Sundays every couple of weeks I'm running D&D, and Saturday I just like to have to myself, given the option. But if you do want to just come and hang out and draw alongside while I yap in your ear, you're always more than welcome if you want to. Tomorrow, actually, and I'm planning to have it be a regular thing probably on Thursdays, I want to do like a draw with chat type thing where, people from chat come in, make suggestions on stuff to draw, and or just like come in, hang out, and like draw alongside with whatever I'm doing. If that's something that sounds fun to you. Watch me struggle to draw a character that you suggest, or draw a project together as a community. If that sounds fun, come by tomorrow. Obviously, I'm not saying leave now, but if that sounds like something that you might be into, that's something I'm planning on doing tomorrow. And I have absolutely no plan for that either. I came in today without a plan and kind of kicked myself for it. And then I remembered that I had these sketches waiting that I haven't worked on specifically for stream. I never played Kingdom Hearts. It reminds me of an art style from another game I really love, The World Ends With You. Well, they are both Square Enix games, and I actually believe Nomura worked on both. So, actually, the characters from The World Ends With You show up in Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance. It's funny because I made affiliate last year, and I got to affiliate by playing Kingdom Hearts. It was funny because it was like 4 months into the year, I finally decided, I'm going to play Kingdom Hearts and see what happens. And to date, Kingdom Hearts has been my most viewed stream sequence that I've done. Which definitely gave me a thing last year of maybe I could have got to affiliate the first time round when I first started trying if I just played Kingdom Hearts to begin with instead of... Is Final Fantasy Square Enix 2? Yes. Square Enix games, you're looking at Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts, The World Ends With You. There's a game called Last Remnant, which is completely unrelated to all of those games, but still looks a lot like all of them. I believe Star Ocean is also a Square Enix game, and, Chrono Trigger. Yeah, Square Enix made a lot of games from everybody's childhood. That was back when they were still called Squaresoft. How'd I get into D&D? It was through a friend. Well, someone that was a friend that I no longer talk to. We started off, interestingly enough, not playing D&D. We started by playing the Warhammer Fantasy tabletop RPG. It was the first campaign we ever ran. We got together weekly for the better part of a year and a half to play the game. And it started off as haha, this will be really funny, and then we got really into it. It was oh wow, this is really fun and exciting. And then we played a bunch of Warhammer Fantasy tabletops, because it was the only game we had a book for. And then eventually one of my friends bought a book for um, actual factual Dungeons and Dragons. He bought the 5th edition Player's Handbook. And all of our friends got together. We were like a 7-person group. And we rolled up some characters and played a campaign for like a year that we never finished. But after that, it was like, yo, I want to play more D&D. I was working at a game shop at the time, and we started doing Adventure League games there. I met other people that I started playing with. My friend who got us into it by running Warhammer Fantasy kind of became our forever DM and ran a bunch of games for us. And I played a lot of games, and then I took a shot in the dark. I ran my first game ever. It was choppy, as first-time games usually are, but I really liked the experience of running the game. And now because we don't talk to that friend anymore, and a lot of things have changed in our group dynamic, I've become the new forever DM, where I'm the one always running games. But yeah, I got into D&D by just playing a lot of it with people and hearing other people talk about their experiences. And I've always really liked making characters. And as somebody who loves to write stories but is very bad at actually physically writing, D&D gave me an outlet where I could create stories that I didn't necessarily need to write down, and I could then take those stories and collaboratively tell them with other people at a table, and it's made for some really, really fun times. Plus, it gives me a really cool place to, like, experiment with ideas that I get from other media that I consume, or like gives me ways to adapt media that I like into ways for my friends to experience it, because I know they're not going to consume that media otherwise. And you know, it gives you the ability to adapt and kind of make certain things your own. But yeah, I just got into it by just playing it and talking to people about it and just being like, damn, this is a cool experience. If you haven't played D&D, I recommend it because it's a great experience. It does really depend on your play group, so that's where the crapshoot comes in. But generally speaking, I think there are more good games of D&D, or at least good experiences with it, than there are bad. That could just be confirmation bias on my end. But, if you want to know what D&D is like, just find people to play with. You probably have like an LGS in your area, like a little game store you can go to that probably has people looking for groups, or you can find groups online, like through Roll20. Although I will say, having played D&D both in person and online, like via Discord, D&D is always better in person, in my opinion. Like that is where D&D is at its best, is in a room, at the table, physically with the people around you, being able to feel the tension in the air when a really good roleplay moment comes up. Going to a game plays alone and finding people to play with sounds like a nightmare. If you're not super social, it definitely can be. I am not a super social person. I literally only got to have those kinds of experiences because I was working at the store that it was happening in. I ran a few Adventure League modules. Some of the people that came to play were people I knew from school, because like I was a high school graduate. So one of the guys that came pretty regularly was a dude I went to school with. One of the guys that I still play with to this day was one of my customers there, and he's an older guy who's been playing D&D since first edition, unironically. And like I learned a lot from playing with him, and just like playing with the rest of our group. But yeah, if you're not terribly social, going to a game shop by yourself and looking for a group to play with can be a bit daunting and intimidating. If you have like a friend to go to a shop with who might be interested, that's also a good option. Just like drag one of your friends with you to a local game store, and just be like, hey, you want to go find someone to play D&D with? Or like if you go to like if your town or your city has like a local convention you can go to, like an anime or just like a general nerd convention, you can go to those, and they usually have like game rooms where people are running D&D, and it's just like, hey, come take a pre-generated character and play a game, learn some rules, learn a new system. I don't know if you're in the United States, but there's like in New Jersey they do a thing every year called DexCon. I did tabletop demos at DexCon one year. And DexCon's really cool. They're super inclusive. The people are really friendly. And they do tabletop games. They do LARPs. They do just general board game stuff. Like, you could just go in and play, like, Exploding Kittens or Cards Against Humanity. Or you can try new games that aren't being released to the public yet. And you can, like, fill out little surveys to tell the designers what you think and where they can improve. I will say, I did a demo for a game called We're Doomed. Like, I played the game with the guys who designed it, and I will be straight up with you. Don't really like them. They're not really great people. They're kind of dickheads. The best way I could describe it is that they're nerds who like pick on other nerds. Because like these are two guys, like they're a group of dudes that are designing a board game to be played at a table with people, but like laugh at people who go to LARP or who are there to play D&D and like wear costumes. And it's like, why are you being a dickhead right now? Like, be so for real. Like, you're designing a product for nerds and you're at a convention for nerds. Why are you being a jackass? But I digress. You like just finding like little conventions like that or like little meetups could also be a good option. And, you know, if your big thing is, like, not wanting to go alone, if you have anybody, like, in the friend group that you could go with, you know, drag one of them along. Don't tell them where you're going. Just, tell your friend you're going on an adventure and then make them play D&D with you. Technically, you're not lying. Have I taken art classes? No. Could never really afford it, and when I was in school, I really wanted to do art stuff, but, you know, I was a kid, so I did the thing that I would never recommend doing, which is, I let the fact that other people that were really good at art, I let the fact that there were people who were better than me at art affect my ability to ask them how they did things and affect my perspective of my own art. And it basically shut me off to doing art for a very long time. And of course, there's the whole thing where, like, yeah, my family was pretty broke. So my big concern getting out of high school was like, I need to do something that's going to make me a good amount of money. So that way I don't have to keep living the way that my family was living up until that point. And I ended up going to school for IT, and IT has done nothing but make me fucking miserable because I can't find good, long, permanent work. So the short answer is no, I have not taken art classes. I have watched a lot of art tutorials on YouTube, and now I'm starting to read like actual art books from professionals that explain their process to like just improve what I do, because like I know that compared to other artists that I even interact with, I know that I'm not quite at the same skill level, which isn't really saying a whole lot. Like I'm like, that's my own self-criticism. Don't don't do that to yourself. Don't compare your art to other people's, because it's just going to make you miserable. Because, like, this is the thing. With a handful of exceptions, like AI, there is no such thing as bad art. There is just art that isn't for everybody. Everyone's art has an audience of some kind. So it's really just about, like, finding your audience. Especially if you're someone who wants to post art online, or like wants to do things on a kind of professional basis. You just have to find your audience, and kind of just lean into whatever you end up doing. The closest thing to an art class that I've done outside of, like, just high school art classes is there is a creator on YouTube named Lines Sensei, and he has a Discord server for you to join. It's not like Patreon locked or anything, but Lines does like video tutorials, and in his server he has homework assignments. So he'll make like worksheets and stuff that you can download, and when you do those worksheets, you can upload them back onto the server in the homework channel. And Lines goes through that as like once or twice a month, and will respond to every assignment and like give people critique and tell them like what they need to work on. He also has like an open critique part of the server, so you can draw whatever you want, post it in there and be like, hey, how is this? And Lines and other members of the community will literally like look at your art and like give you critique and try to help you out. And once a month, Lines does like actual art lectures in the server. And if you're online, you can just hop in and listen to him talk and watch him draw and draw along with him. Like, he does like a live draw class. It's really good. Give me a second. I will go grab his YouTube channel link. Lines also explains a lot of art concepts in the most dead easy way, which is really helpful for me personally. Because I really would prefer that people just tell me the thing like I'm an idiot the first time, and then let me figure it out. And most of his videos, you can get his Discord link from his videos. And if you don't join the Discord, he does include links to get the homework assignments off of his Newgrounds account. So yeah. But yeah, Lines is a really good. He does really great tutorials. There's a channel on YouTube called Proko, which is run by this artist Steve Prokopenko, and he teaches like art fundamentals and stuff. It's like he does really good art tutorials. I'd recommend Proko. Someone else that I interact with, whose server I'm a part of, Gemini Lunarius. They do videos as well. They do like draw classes on Sundays on Twitch as well. They and their husband Fox stream. Let me get their thing for you. I'll just grab their Twitch, because that's. Let's see. That's a channel that they stream on. They do draw classes on Sunday. We have an ad starting in 10 seconds, so I'm going to get cut off. But we will continue this conversation once the ads are done. Assuming you stick around. Welcome back from the ad break. Have I played Final Fantasy XIV, the MMO? I have not. I am not really an MMO person. I've never really been big on them. Like, the only games that I've ever played that are, like, super grindy kind of games are things like Genshin. Like, that's about as close as I get. I played WoW for a very short period, and I used to play Perfect World. I don't play either of those games anymore. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't have the patience for MMOs. Part of that being like, I like to know that the game that I'm playing is going to end eventually. Like, MMOs, Final Fantasy is super different. I don't know. I like the idea that a game that I'm playing has like a logical place where the game is going to stop. Like, I like the satisfaction of knowing that a story for a game is over. I don't know. I'm just not. I'm not really a fan of like live service games, or like MMO or MMORPGs. And I think a big part of it too is just like I'm not really big on multiplayer stuff. Like I really like playing games by myself because if something stupid happens, no one's going to get upset with what I'm doing with the gameplay. Like, no one's really gonna bitch about anything. Like, the only person that I can get mad is me about what I'm doing. And you know, at some point, it's over. Story game, except the story takes like 400 hours to get through. Yeah, I mean, granted, if I wanted a game that was gonna take 400 hours to get through, I could go play one of the Tales games. Or like, I could try and like 100% a Persona game. Like most JRPGs, unfortunately, play like Final Fantasy XIV, where it's just hours and hours of things that you're like, when does it end, though? Like, when do we stop? I don't know. I think it just comes down to, like, I like the experience of playing games by myself. I don't really like playing and having to involve other players in the things that I do. I think that's just partially, like, my experience with multiplayer games is soured a lot by playing League of Legends. And I'm like, wow, you know what? If I just never had to play a game online with other people ever again, it would be the best day of my life. So I do generally and genuinely prefer like single player games. Oh, that's fair. I think the other thing is, like, I just don't want, especially right now that I'm, like, on the job hunt, I just can't afford a game where I'm going to have to pay a monthly subscription fee and then forget about it. Like, I know the game is free up to a certain point, but I just don't want to deal with any of that. So, I understand that there's a lot of people who like Final Fantasy XIV and that it's a, you know, a good, well-designed game and that people enjoy it. That's cool. It's just not for me. I do eventually want to play the Final Fantasy VII remake, just because I've heard it's very good. I've never finished the original 7, but I know enough about it thanks to cultural osmosis. And the fact that, you know, one of my siblings is a big Final Fantasy fan. When it comes to Final Fantasy, I think the only games I've played a little bit of OG7. I've played two of the 7 spin-offs. I've played original Crisis Core on the PSP and Dirge of Cerberus on the PS2. I've played a bit of Final Fantasy X, and I've played 12. I think that's the whole of my experience with Final Fantasy is those games. 10, 12, some of the 7 games. Oh, and I did play like a quarter of Final Fantasy 13, and then immediately realized that I fucking hated everything about it. Didn't really like the mechanics. None of the characters were particularly likable or interesting enough to keep me wanting to play. And the storyline was somehow more incomprehensible than the average Final Fantasy game, which is a fucking skill considering how many of those games make zero goddamn sense. I think out of them, 12 is probably one of my favorites because the cast of characters in 12 is just fantastic. The mechanics of the game I can kind of take or leave, but I love the cast of Final Fantasy 12. I really like 10 because I do like the mechanics of 10, even though I didn't get very deep into them in the times that I've played. The cast of 10 is fantastic, and 10 has, in my opinion, one of the best cold opens for a JRPG. Yeah. I think it's worthwhile to try some of the other games. I like what I've seen of 15. Like, I really do want to play 15 at some point, because it's just road trip with the boys during the end of the world, the game, basically. At least from what I've seen. I don't really know the details of it. And then how long did you play League of Legends and Genshin? I still play League, but I only play it because it's like, one of my friends has an old MacBook, and League is the only game that he can run on it, so I do still play League here and there. But I've reached the point where I'm like, I don't really play League solo unless I'm playing TFT or like ARAMs. But if I'm playing like actual Rift games, I only play with people I know. I refuse to play solo queue of any kind because League players make me sick to my fucking stomach. Because they're just insufferable fucks 90% of the time. And I mean that with my whole chest. I have never had a game with a random on Rift where any of those fucking people were tolerable to be around for the length of that game. Genshin, God, I started playing Genshin when it came out. My first time playing Genshin was during 1.4. The first banner I ever tried to pull on, which I didn't spend any actual money on because it was during the pandemic. The first banner I pulled on was Venti and Klee. That was the first banner I ever pulled on. Klee was the playtest character when I started. And then I took a year off where I didn't play at all. I moved back home to my hometown. And I found out that a couple of my friends were playing. They're like, oh, you should play this game. You'd really like it. I'm like, I did play for a bit. And then I got really into playing it. And when I got really into it, everyone else around me stopped playing. I played Genshin for like 2.5 years nonstop. Like, basically, if I had downtime, I was loading it up on my PlayStation and playing. I have completed 100% of the map in Liyue, Mondstadt, and Inazuma. I've completed the map 100%. I've found all the treasures. I've completed all of the daily achievements for all of the daily commissions. I have almost all of my characters are, like, all of my 4-star characters, all of them except for like 3 are level 90 Constellation 6 with their best in slot weapons and artifacts. And I have like a handful of really good Spiral Abyss teams that I've built up. Only 2 of my 5-star characters have or 3 of my 5-star characters have constellations. One of them being, I have a C1 Ayaka, I have a C3 Jean, I believe, and I have a C3 Tainari, who I never fucking use. But yeah, I went really ham on Genshin. I've played all of the story up to Fontaine. I'm halfway through, what is it? It's called like, it's called like Masquerade of the Guilty. Like, I'm halfway through. I'm like 2 steps away from the completion of the Fontaine storyline. I just gave up. I stopped caring. I just didn't want to do it anymore. Every now and again, I do get the urge, though, to like install it and play it. I also played a little bit of ZZZ. I spent like a full year playing Genshin 2022 and 2023, but that's about it. Yeah, I've played a lot of Genshin Impact. Funny thing is that up until I really built Ayaka, I was a Traveler main. Like I was a strict Animo Traveler main. And then I started playing an Ayaka Freeze team and never went back. Ayaka is my baby. I love that character. I love her playstyle. Ayaka is my favorite character to play. My actual favorite character in the game overall is Venti. Venti is my favorite overall character and is also my favorite Archon. Next, with like hard second being Nahida. And I absolutely adore the music of Genshin Impact. Hoyo's composers don't miss. I will give them that. But like you can really draw me into a game very easily by just giving me good music. It's one of the things that really got me into Kingdom Hearts in the beginning is I just love the soundtrack. Yoko Shimomura is an absolute fucking beast when it comes to composition. Also, you know, all the Kingdom Hearts themes are done by Hikaru Utada, and I do love her voice. How did it not change later? Son of a bitch. Ito, Yoimiya, Ayaka, Kazuha, Wanderer. I think I have every character on that list that you just gave except for Ito. Ito is the only one I don't have. I do have a pretty baller, what's her name? Kokumi. Because I love Kokumi. I love our dragonfish princess. I've been trying to figure out what I'm going to do for a game on Friday, because Friday is going to be a gaming stream. Maybe I will just like load up Genshin and do something stupid. I don't know what I'm gonna do because I could do some story stuff as much as I really don't want to. Um, or I could let chat decide who I'm gonna run through Spiral Abyss on Friday. I have Raiden 2, but I spent my full time in Genshin waiting for Kokomi to come back because she's who I always wanted. Yeah, I have Raiden Shogun, and I went through hell to get her weapon, to get engulfing lightning. And by went through hell, I mean I went through 4 different banners trying to get engulfing lightning, only to fail to get it and lose the 50-50 4 times in a row, trying to get that fucking weapon. And then I finally got it on the 5th time round, and yeah, it broke my spirit. I can't even begin to explain how much that made me hate trying to build that fucking character. That, and I still can't really get artifacts for her that I'm satisfied with. I know that Genshin added a thing recently where you can, like, make your own artifact. Like, you can spend some kind of resource to, like, build an artifact that has the stats that you want. But it's too little too late, in my opinion, for that. I just could not be fucked. Legitimately think this is the best I've ever drawn Source Hair. Etone rating were my strongest, but Yui Mia's items are all perfect articles. Don't have Yui Mia, just the other 2. Oh, okay. I love Yui Mia as a character from a personality perspective and from a design perspective. I love Yui Mia. Don't really like her gameplay. I feel like Hoyoverse did her dirty. Granted, I don't feel like Hoyoverse did her. They do her dirty because they always put her banner as the same time as like a character who's just objectively better than her. But at least Hoyo didn't do her as dirty as they did Sino, where Sino is such a cool, likable character, and then they just made him so fucking ass. Like, his mechanics and everything about him is just so hyper-specific. One of my friends, we were pulling when the Sino banner came out, and he was pulling for Sino, I was pulling for, what's her name? Nilu. We both got our designated characters that we wanted, and he was lucky enough to get Sino's weapon and have, like, the other characters built to make Sino work. I pulled Sino later, and I don't have his weapon or a good enough team for him. And he's like, yeah, if you don't have all of this, like, perfect setup, Sino is a completely unplayable character. Which is a problem that, like, the community as a whole seems to have with Sino. Farming for Wanderers items every day. I'd probably still be farming if I was still playing. Oh boy. I got tired of grinding his dungeon all the time and getting nothing. Yeah, that's fair. I have Wanderer. I can't use him, like, at all. Like, I just don't feel like any of the teams that I have just do anything with Wanderer. And yeah, the grinding Genshin can be really obnoxious. Played a lot of Barbara. Barbara's not a bad substitute if you don't have Kokomi. I still use Barbara sometimes. Depending on the team. Because I do have some teams or sometimes when I'm playing, like, Spiral Abyss, where I have two teams where I could be using Kokomi. So if one of those teams, if I have two teams where Kokomi could work, whichever one she's not on, I'll usually put Barbara there. Like, because Kokomi goes on two of my teams. She goes on the Ayaka Freeze team, but she also goes in my Hydro Dendro team because that team needs a healer really bad. Because my freeze comp usually is Ayaka, Kokomi, Kazuha, and then either Ganyu or Shenhe. Shenhe is usually the one that I go with, because her elemental skill buffs cryo damage. And then for my Hydro Dendro team, there's two configurations for it. There's two configurations, just that you can swap Kokomi for Barbara. And there's a mono Hydro team with a one Dendro character, which is Nilou, Farina, Kokomi, and then the Dendro character is Nahida. Or there's the other configuration of that team where you drop Farina and you do double Dendro, double Hydro. So it's Kokomi, Nilou, Kaveh, and Nahida. And just Yoimiya and Ito. Makes sense. I'm unfortunately spoiled for choice in Genshin when it comes to when it comes to like team comps I could play. Because like when I started building Raiden Shogun, I built the entire Raiden national team. So I can play that team if I want to, which I do like playing it. It's super efficient and it clears really fast. So like I could do Raiden National. I can do I have like a really fucky team that has Hu Tao and Zhongli. That team's kind of fun. I don't really like using it super often. Zhongling sucks and you don't have Sing Cho. Yeah, I didn't really like building any of the characters I had to build for that team, but it was certainly an experience. I can also play what they call the Sunfire comp, which is like Jean, Bennett, and I forget who the other two characters in that composition are. But, like, you can do that. That team's okay. It's not really my favorite. I do really like playing Jean. Like, I really like Jean's playstyle, and I like that she's kind of, she's like a good all-rounder. But Jean is just not good a lot of the time. Like, there's just never, especially in Spiral Abyss, there's very few occasions where playing Jean is the play. Lisa is Bae, but I can't find a good team comp to play Lisa either. Mavrika, Bennett, it's Chitali. Yeah, that's all characters from Natlan. I know that Mavrika is the Pyro Archon, and I've seen art of Chitali. I don't know who the other character is aside from Bennett. I also have no fucking clue what the Pyro Archon does. I want to hop on Genshin at some point just to, like, try and pull for her because I just want to have all the Archons. Oh, I got an ad starting in 2.5 minutes. Been playing League. These days I am mostly an ADC main. Primarily, I play Jinx, Zaya, and Misfortune. Those are my three primaries. I actually play more Misfortune than either of the other two these days. That's because, like, I just hit, like, a weird wall playing Jinx, where for whatever reason things just don't work out for me the way that they used to when I play her. So I've been playing a lot of Misfortune, with Jinx as my secondary and then Zaya as a tertiary pick. And if I get really desperate, I'll play Jhin, but I don't really like playing Jhin. When I first started playing, I was a support main, but I primarily play Enchanter supports. So my primary Enchanter supports, in order, are Soraka, Nami, and Sona, were the ones that I was always playing. Soraka is still my favorite champion, hands down. That is a hill I will die on. Ad in 30 seconds, so once the ad's done, I will answer any further questions that pop up. I think I'll actually take this opportunity while the ad's running to go use the bathroom now that I'm thinking about it. So I will catch y'all after the break. Welcome back, Adderley. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. It brings us up to what? 87. Hey, look at that. We're on the slow climb to 100. How about I could transfer some of these followers over to YouTube for subscribers? That would be great. At some point, tonight or like over the weekend, I do have to record some stuff for YouTube. Because why the fuck not? I have nothing else going on. I just keep procrastinating on it. That's what I need Riot to do for TFT. I need them to just stop being bitches and give me a Chibi Soraka. That is my only demand from Riot Games. Just give me a Chibi Soraka little legend that I could use for TFT. Since I am functionally banned from ever playing her in my Rift games with my friends. Oh, this ball that I have Sora holding is supposed to be a blitz ball. I don't remember what the fuck those look like off the top of my head, and I don't feel like looking up a reference for them either. Nice. Man. Oh, everything is so. I'm probably gonna be calling it a night in 4 minutes. We're gonna wait until we're at the flat 4-hour mark. Because I like nice round numbers. Yeah, that being said, I guess I'll just do the preamble now, or the outro stuff now, which is, thank you guys for. I'm gonna put on the stream ending screen for the hell of it, because I don't use it enough. And just say, thanks for coming out and hanging out and being here. Adderley, thanks for following. I'm gonna look for somebody to raid in a minute because I do like to raid at the end of stream. And yeah, for just the usual stuff, like I said, I am in the middle of looking for work right now. So if you're interested, you can commission me if you like the art that you've seen, or if you know somebody who might. Those are my commission links. I hate that it groups them like that. Yeah, one of those is for Kofi, the other one is for VGen. I think I have a socialist command, I just never use it. So that'll bring up my link tree. I have stuff for Blue Sky if you just want to see my daily art posts. Obviously here on Twitch. I do post time lapses on YouTube and occasionally an actual video when I finally get around to it. I do have a throne if you just want to throw some cash at me, if that sounds like something you'd be okay with. That's just the usual stuff. Obviously none of it's necessary. If you do any kind of cash donations on Ko-fi, I do draw little thank you things for people who do that. If you subscribe here on Twitch, I draw a little thank you thing for doing that. So yeah, just some stuff to consider. That being said, thanks again for being here. Let's go find a channel to raid. I usually raid other art channels with lower viewer counts, just obviously lower viewer count, they probably need the help more than somebody who has a higher count. That's... I like this guy's name, and he's drawn some Sonic the Hedgehog stuff. His name's Empty Washer, so that's who we're gonna go raid. So yeah, that's where we're going, and thanks again for being here. And yeah, let's go check out this guy.